Oh, hello, welcome guys, welcome. Today we're going to be carrying on Final Fantasy XIV. Hopefully today I'm actually going to be finishing the 6.0 story, finally. So, would be good. Okay. Alright, so I just finished my gaming news, everything is good to go. And going to get straight on with the gameplay, we're not going to delay in any way. So, yeah, so... Let me make sure everything is ready for the recording. Okay, so the next quest is called a bold decision. So we will see how close we are to finishing this game. So recording in 3, 2, 1. And we're back for another episode. In this episode we're going to be carrying on the 6.0 story in Final Fantasy XIV. And as always, hello from Mithrie. So we are here in Sharlayan at 9:11, and we need to talk to Kryl. The quest is called A Bold Decision. Kryl has urgent news. Mithrie, I trust that you've had a good rest. An envoy of Master Fortunat arrived not long ago with a message. The Loporrits have determined Mitoyen's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. Okay, so we have to catch up with all of them. So, let's go. Yeah, stop recording. I don't know how close I am to the end. In fact, let me look it up. FF14 Endwalker main story quest. I'll look at the list and I'll see how close I am. Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 quests at level 89. And then 2, 4, 6, 8. Another 8 quests at level 90. And the last quest is called Endwalker. Alright. So, I don't know if we'll finish all today. Like, I hope we can. But I won't hold my breath. And yeah, I've taken my sweet time. So sweet. But, yeah. And then, eventually, we'll hopefully do the 6.1 story. I've got all these ambition and ideas of bringing my 14 content to Mithrie.com. But that's going to take a lot of work, because I've got, like, 1,600 uploads. So, I need to think about how I'm going to organize it and stuff. So, yeah. And how I can optimize it for SEO and blah, 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 blah. And as soon as 6.1 is done, I will probably next game it. I'll go back to, like, Lego Star Wars or something. There's so many other games I want to finish off and get Platinum Trophies for. I won't... I don't think I'll ever quit 14, but it's a case of... It's just becoming less and less of a priority for me these days. Like, at this point, like, if Final Fantasy 16 came out, or 7 Remake Part 2, which are the Final Fantasy games, they will throw 14 out the window, you know what I mean? In terms of priority. Okay, so we're at the Rostra. We go in through the middle, yep. Bounce it. Music is very Final Fantasy XI. Right. Hey Ember, how you doing? How's it going today? Alright, let me carry on the recording. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we made it to the Rostra. So let's talk to Fortunat. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loporrits have deduced the whereabouts of Mitoyen by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. Now then, are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess Aether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our Hyperhopper into your Aether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loporit's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavour would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have laboured so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I will not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacius. Nor did our instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest, quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loporits too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Etheirys and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life. An otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Mitoyan. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Etheirys until you brought us here, Urianger. And now we're enamored with the place. So what choice do we have but to save it? Sorry. Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions. So I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? What are you looking at me for? You could have stopped us if you tried. We'll avert the final days wherever it takes. Well, we've come this far. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the Hyperhopper. The Loporits will coordinate with the Isambard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. It would seem that there is naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? Alright, so let's catch up with Alpha Node and the gang. Okay, stop recording. So basically, 2 days ago, on Wednesday, I believe, you know, I was saying on stream how I really wanted to have a steak sandwich and a milkshake. But it turns out I am now lactose intolerant. So the milkshake made me so ill that, like, literally I was so ill yesterday I couldn't stream. So, and I felt rough even yesterday as well. So all of Wednesday night, all of Thursday, and even this morning I felt a little bit uneasy, but I feel better enough to stream. So, yeah. No more shakes for me, unless they're lacto-free. So, yeah. It was not a good time at all. But in good news, I am still having my protein shakes, and I can feel my muscles building. I am doing exercise as well. So, like, because what I used to have before is what I explained, is that I would feel almost like a suit of armor under my skin. And it literally feels amazing. I can feel it like here and there, and my biceps is on. I can feel it like on my back, like regrowing. So I'm slowly getting my suit of armor back. So I'll try to make sure that my ego doesn't get too big. It's already massive, but I'll try not to let it get even bigger. So anyway, let's carry on recording. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, go up with Alpha Node. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Eidolon deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Mithrie as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. It's only hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. So, the meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long I started to worry. What did they have to say? We're just traveling to a planet on the other side of the universe. The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Mithrie, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldician Annex, alright? Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. I mean, if it's not a billion gil, I won't be that impressed. Alright. Let's catch up with Tataru. Okay, stop recording. Part 3. But, you know, I try to keep myself as busy as possible. I'm still doing the gaming news every single day. I'm approaching episode 400, which is crazy. But that's how, you know, quick time is passing. Hang on a minute. Are you watching the gaming news at all? I just hope it's a nice summary for everyone so that, you know, you can watch 1 or 2 minutes in the morning or whenever, and then just be informed about most of what's happening in the game industry without having to Google it every now and then. Cool. I mean, today there was a update about Final Fantasy XVI's development. So they're in the final stages of development. So we will see if we get new trailers or new information soon. And that comes from Naoki Yoshida. I think right now everyone is doing the Ultima raid. I have not even done Savage, so you're not likely to see raiding on this stream. Alright. Recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we caught up with Tataru. Let's talk to her. So, welcome Mithrie to Tataru's Taru Boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favourites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with the unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Tavnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Sharlayan. Of course, I would never charge you for any of the works. Perish the thought. Vasharadud. How are things coming along? Everything in order, Mr. Taru. We'll be ready to open shortly. So, which is why I brought you here to our very first patron. To be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? Sure. Okay, let's examine. Following events cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty-free registrations. Okay, let's go. Ah, I did not expect to find you here. I imagine Nidhana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Aetherburner. The Silacrum, too, will stay in Sharlayan, while I oversee matters at Radahan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in the distant lands. Varshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they are, alas, return home to Radzahan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about the Tavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the forum's decision, of what soon will be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. You're journeying on to the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kind serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. Would that Owen were alive to see it. I should like to visit Radzahan again when this is all over. Or will your faith in me be misplaced? And we should be honoured to receive you. There is still much of Radzahan you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Ugh, where must I go to get a meal with some flavour in this wasteland of taste? I feel like now is not the time to be doing this. Mithrie, old girl, my whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I had been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Get something with a little more flair, perhaps befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said remnants, so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. The young Lord Fortemps insists that, so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. Thus do I toil, though every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I even suffered the company of that brew Sigurd to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence. Now burdened with extra busy work, and without Honoroi there is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlian delicacies I sampled were lacking in every respect. If you tried Archon Loaf, you can find it in all the shops. If our meal is what you're after, I suggest the Last Stand. A cafe over on the pier. Their cuisine doesn't appear to be all that appetizing, but if you vouch for the cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for your suggestion. Ta-ta for now, old girl. I mean, old. What do you mean, girl? Huh. Can you all hear the manly voice behind this character? Manly, manly, manly. And the world ended. Well, well. Is that Mithrie and Tataru I spy? It's Hancock. Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said that you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, my expertise required, aside from the delivery of goods, is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Why not? I will return straightways to Kugane once I have finished. Of course, you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence that they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There is no more I could do to help ready the Ark and the heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bokoroi Inn. Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Honor Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Appreciate the gesture, but no thank you. Will there be lemon cake? Oh, a woman of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lolorito have to offer. But let's speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. And this is really dragging on. Ah, Mithrie, decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? I mean, it wasn't really my choice. Big some wedge. Tataru. Biggs, Wedge. I take care work on the Ark proceeds apace. Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlian and Radzahan has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Loperites. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. Still hard to believe that we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though, to the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. There is that. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more that we could do for you, Mithrie. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. That we do, my friend, that we do. And one filled with even more adventure. When you head back, would you tell the engineers that I'll be along shortly with refreshments? Very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should be going. Got a few more supplies to gather before we return. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Vashsarada from Pakistan. Can I call you V? It'll be easier. Pleased to meet you. Haven't we met before? Pleasure is mine. Thanks to Mr. Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Favner, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence that they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain unsufferable someone at Ruby's Bazaar, we were fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when we were swept away in the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can't be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. Alright, so let's talk to V. So in addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. Cool, that's complete. You may now obtain job-specific gear from V. The weapons and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89, however, all the items themselves will be subject to item level sync. Upon reaching level 90 with the corresponding job, these items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion of the role quest associated with said job. Oh, really? So... okay, so I can get some better gear for Mithrie, which I'll do soon. Anyway, so the next quest is called Friends Gathered. So, though delighted by your patronage, Tataru is ready to send you on your way. I realise that you still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope that you can find a moment for yourself and that the others can as well. They said that they were returning to the Baldassian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you'd like to go looking for them, I suggest speaking with Kryl first. I'm sure they would have told her of their plans. Alright, so let's get the gear and then let's catch up with the gang. Hey Don, hey Ian. Ian, thanks for the resub. I don't know why it said 0 months, I saw that. So, chat, basically, you know how on Wednesday I said I wanted to have like a burger and a shake? But it turns out now that I'm very lactose intolerant. So I had the shake, and I was so sick Wednesday night and all of Thursday. That's the reason I cancelled the stream yesterday. So, like, no more thingies for me. Okay, let's go all the paladin stuff. Paladin. Paladin, paladin. 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 So if you were wondering what happened to me yesterday, that's why. You sure that was it? I know 100% for sure. It came out in the toilet the way it looked when it went in. So I am 100% sure. You don't want to know more than that. Okay, so... So it's a gear... Or is it not? Because it's not in the bags. Okay, it's not in the bag, that's why. I need to clean up my inventory at some point. But what else is new? I always need to clean up my bags. There we go. When I finish the tank roll quest, I can dye it. It says speak with Cryo. Box about. Sorry, wrong way. But yeah, otherwise I'm fine. I recovered. So... But yeah, so yesterday I had to just rest. Anyway, sorry. Friends gathered. How long have we recorded for? I don't know if I'll finish the story today because I still have 27. I still have like 15 quests to go, but I'll try and get as far as I can at least. This the right way? Okay, there we go. Okay, I think this was the game's hint. You know, this idea of dyeing the gear. This was the game's way of saying, now would be the time to do the role quest. Yeah, my sister said the same thing. I should get like a blood test or something just in case. For sure. Alright, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we got the gear, and now let's talk to Cryo. So you're back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru. I mean, yeah, you can see it. It was a surprise long in the making, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized and with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Uriache have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. At least Engra Hatia, meanwhile, for the time would be better spent poring over the books at Nominon. As for Alphanode and Estinian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Leveler estate, though Estinian seems somewhat reluctant to go. And I'm sure that they would all go for your company if you've a mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I suggest heading to the last stand before Y'shtola and the others finish eating. But above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle, a fatigued mess, so I would remember to get a good night's sleep. Fair enough. Alright, let's catch up with Thancred first. So let's go. Yeah. Part 5. But I am trying to, you know, I always have to take care of my physical health and mental health first. That'll always be number one. Regardless of games, you know, games don't matter. But what is good with the gaming news, like, I can be really, really sick and still make the gaming news. because I only have to be on camera for like what 5 seconds to say welcome to the gaming news, and then the rest of it is just hidden behind gameplay. Alright, let's hey mum, how you doing? Let's carry on the recording. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we caught up with Thancred, Yurianchi, and Yustola. So Mithrie, come to make our trio quartet, have you? Please have a seat, and we'll see about getting you a drink.
Your business with Chitaru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
You've nothing left to prove, not to Rin or Minfilia. We'll get through this together. Just make sure you bring enough ammunition.
Gods, it feels like only yesterday that we went on that mission to Drybone. We've both changed much since then, have we not?
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though. In uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
Well,
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
well, I've got 6 YouTube channels. I've got a lot of work to do.
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
Yeah, sorry, that's how Mithrie toasts. Alright, let's talk to Y'shtola. So, leaving so soon, I suppose it's for the best if you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Urianger. I dare say the others would welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that is all that matters. Alright, so now let's find Elise and Alpha Node. Okay, I'm back. I do feel like these sort of preparation missions last way too long. It's kind of like, and the world ended. And the world ended again. And the world ended again. Like, you know, I feel like in these sort of moments that there should be more urgency. It's like when Donkey was making fun of the Sector 7 plate dropping in Final Fantasy VII Remake, saying that, you know, 3 weeks later they lowered the plate with cranes, everyone got their valuable belongings, they took their sweet time, and so on. I think more emphasis should be put on the urgency. Because if I just don't do the story from now on, that's it. It's like, whatever, man. It's like, yeah, let's just AFK for 2 years. And then carry on. They're working on the engine. That takes time. It should be a given. Well... but as long as I get it done. Can I actually sit on this? Sit. I can. Uh-huh. Elise is just sleepy. Alright. Let's record. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we caught up with Alice and Grahatia. Now wake up! You tried speaking with Alice, but she is fast asleep. Okay, so which ear do I put my finger in first?
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Okay.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle. Oh.
You're going to turn into chaos as well.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
The secret, just enjoying a little peace and quiet. Nothing in particular. Okay. Alright, now let's catch up with Alpha Node. I mean, that would be an interesting twist, wouldn't it? If at least say starts saying chaos. Because she's had a couple of like angry outbursts, especially when Alphinaud's around. I need to go to the level estate. The level estate. There's Alphinaud. Does anyone else feel that this part of the game is really slow? Because, believe it or not, I've already been recording for 40 minutes. Okay, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we've caught up with Alphinaud. Let's talk to him.
Oh. What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
I suppose I ought to thank you both as well. You were never one to forsake a friend, Alphinaud. I'll be counting on you.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Heidelin meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Alright, so let's go back to the annex and see what we're doing next. Okay, stop recording. Part 8. Let me close that hyper snap so it doesn't cause me any weird issues. Close. There you go. So, chat, like, those of you, when you did this story, what did you actually think? Or shall we wait until I actually finish off completely? Because so far, I would say that there are bits of this which are way slower than any other expansion so far. Alright, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we go back. Let's talk to her. So welcome back, Mithrie. You've returned to catch a few final wings before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know that your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. Sure. That's complete. That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo. Who's this supposed to be? Okay.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
And thus it dawns. The day of reckoning.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, It was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
You can count on it, you too, Tataru. Alright, so I think that's a good time to stop. So anyway guys, that's it for this episode. Thank you for watching, and as always, goodbye from me, and goodbye from Mithrie. Bye guys. I think what kind of almost spoils this sort of story for me is the fact that, like, Y'shtola already died. Like, she died during Shadowbringers. And then they make an excuse and they're able to bring her body back from the Ethereal Sea using Aether magic. That's why she's got her white eyes. So basically, there's absolutely no danger whatsoever. Even if all of them die. Like, in the future, they could say, oh, well, we did some magic and we brought them all back. So it's like any story is ruined when there's when they introduce time travel. You know, they say, like, oh, we could just go back in time and avert everything that happened. So, you know, it does kind of spoil the urgency. It's kind of like there's no danger whatsoever. There's no risk. They're more likely to die from choking on a piece of fruit than they are from the evil boss at the other side of the universe. Okay, 44, a bold decision. I'm just piecing the video together. Give me a sec. I'd like to get the editing out the way. Wait, 3. Uh, 7. 8. Part 9. Okay, produce. 4. Yeah, so just those 2 quests was 53 minutes. Yep. So that was episode number 1634. Called A Bold Decision. A bold decision. And start encoding. And Midphilia. Yeah. Papalimo. Yeah. You used a forbidden spell, yeah. But it's one of those things. It's like any urgency can be distorted by, what's it called? Magic. 45 is called Onto the Heavens. Onto the Heavens. Onto the Heavens. Okay. Yashnolda never died. Let's see. Timer says once died, you cannot use magic to return them back. Yeah, but I mean, the spirit was lost in the ethereal sea, and we managed to locate it and bring it back. You know, as in, they could use any excuse to bring them back. I changed because she was too long in the stream. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. That's why I changed color, because she was in the ethereal sea. In a minute. The video's nearly finished encoding. 90%. 95%. And done. Okay, let's see if the video encoded properly. Yeah, it did. Cool. Let me close the editor. Let me just make sure. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to plug in my mouse. I don't want mid-battle for the battery of my mouse to like run out. That would be really annoying. There you go. My mouse is plugged in. And I close up that Hypersnap tool as well. It's a story and fiction. I don't invest too much into the details. I just enjoy it. Yeah. That's why the spell is forbidden, because you can get lost in the stream, which happens to... Fair enough. But, yeah. It's like I'm not questioning whether it's realistic or not. I'm just going to quickly get up and stretch chat, and then we'll carry on. Alright. But it's fun to talk about their lore. Yeah, for sure. See how they view the world as a reflection to the real life. Yeah. As that's why I think Final Fantasy VII rings closer, because it's way more aligned with the, let's say, perils of real life. You know, with the macro energy draining the life force of the planet, and we have problems in the real life of, you know, humans using up all the natural resources, and so on. So, because the similarities between that and real life is more, that's why I think Final Fantasy VII has more of a meaning compared to games like this. But whatever. Okay, let's carry on. So let's do the next one. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. And we're back for another episode. In this episode, we're going to be carrying on the 6.0 story in Final Fantasy XIV. And as always, hello from Mithrie. So, we are here in Charlian at 9:11, and we need to talk to the innkeeper. So the quest is called Onto the Heavens. So OT is ready to send you off with a smile. I suppose that this is where we part ways, for now at least. Would that I have had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart, mayhap the teachings of Galful Baldassian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think. But for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life, things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture onto the Sea of Stars. Cool. Alright, so let's go there finally to the airship. Okay, stop recording. Part 1. At least I give you some half-decent gear for level 89. It'll do. Okay. I mean, for me, gaming is like the ultimate form of escapism. To try and escape the perils of real life. How to unlock the locks on the artifact gear? You need to do all the role quests. Then the locks will be gone and you can buy them. I've not done the tank role quest. The level 90. I guess I'm saving it for the next tank I level up. Happy if today is a very busy S rank day again. Uh oh. You have 12 more episodes to go. Yeah, I looked at the list. So we will see. That's a lot of people. Alright, how do I stand? Yeah, let's look at the back of Mithrie's head. Alright. So let's record. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Alright, so we've made it, and everyone is here to see us off. Let's talk to Fortunal.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Well, the work was hard, but we've learned a lot from it. After all, it's not every day you get tasked with building a starfaring vessel. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration.
They're gonna call it Heidelin, aren't they?
And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisoix not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life.
I guess I was wrong.
Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Hydaelyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
Yay. Yep, I'm still here.
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices, one for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
So let's go. If you come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. On boarding Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. Sure.
I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back.
Sounds like me.
Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
Yeah.
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Whatever, man.
Oh, come on. The burnt out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Issue the command to launch. Have Alpha Node do the honors.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
If you all insist.
Onward unto the distant stars and beyond.
Yes.
Ragnarok, engage.
Engage!
Engage!
Interesting. Yeah, maybe they're going light speed. And they're just standing there. They don't need to sit down or anything. 0 G-force. What is this? Final Fantasy VIII?
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky! I cannot imagine a greater indignity!
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping Way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
And how long is a carrot?
Alright, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteion, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit. What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment. Greetings. Greetings. Can you hear me?
Meteon? It's her, the bringer of despair.
This is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours.
suffocated and extinguished now.
That wasn't scary at all.
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
By the Fury. Thancred?
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
Interesting.
So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Interesting looking zone.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Alrighty. Let's talk to Living Way. I can't guarantee it will be of help in these strange surroundings, but I've readied a provision node in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to Ragnarok at once. Okay, that's complete. So the next quest is called A Strange New World. So, try as he might, Alpha Node can find no sign of Thancred. We're fortunate that this place can support life, albeit barely. I suspect given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Alright, so let's catch up with them. Oh wow, it's quite actually a big zone. So yeah, let's go. Okay. A strange new world. That was part 2. Oh. Okay, we've done 31 minutes so far. Interesting, interesting. Okay. I'm curious as to, like, is it going to be like, what's it called? What's the zone again at the end of Shadowbringers? Where you barely have anything to do in the zone other than just finish the story. But yeah, definitely interesting. That dragon is literally petrified. Let me look it up. The Tempest. Right, we barely did anything in the Tempest, isn't it? I mean, fine, we did a lot of fake grinding and stuff, but yeah, like, it was just a zone to finish the story. It wasn't really for anything else. All right, let's carry on. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're caught up with Alphanode. Let's talk to him. So, ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Okay. Guess we have to talk to each of them. Let's talk to Rahatia. So, look here. This part is relatively intact. The intricate design on the top suggests it's man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear that I have seen this pattern before. Okay. Molten structure. A metallic pier that has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often raw in the heat of battle. Okay. Guess let's try not to walk into the dragons if we can avoid them. Let's go up this hill. Okay, so Estinian is up there. So I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings, a poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd better know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island. If you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Interesting. Alright, let's go talk to Alpha Node. I guess people do come here to do gathering, at least. Okay, let's avoid you, Mr. Dragon. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me feeling of death and anguish. I think I might see something over there. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. But before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from this ship's port side that we've yet to explore. Let's try searching there then. So Mithrie, a word before we join the others. Okay, let's talk to Estinian. How far did he go? Oh, he went quite far. Alright, let's catch up to him. It's like, yeah, Mithrie, if you wouldn't mind, and then walks 10 miles. Odd free. Oops, sorry. Wrong button. How dare I go on a crafting class? Blech. Very, very interesting. Very weird. Chat, I'm just going to quickly go to the toilet as well. Oh, I'll bring it back. I'm back. But yeah. Would say that is an interesting looking dark zone. Is this like the darkest one that we've seen so far? Do you notice the strange lettering in the name of the quest? Yeah, I saw that. To be honest, all I was thinking was, I can't type that on YouTube or my website, it's not going to work. I will just have to type it normally. Let's see. Okay. I'll try. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay. So let's talk to Estinian. So you see them too, don't you? The dragons. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there is no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgardsoma and mine with Nidhogg what allows us to perceive them. Would these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Etheris? Better to leave such conjecture to others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and Anguish, what happened to them, I wonder? Okay, so let's catch up with Alice. Yeah, I understand that, but like YouTube tends to be a bit weirder when it comes to special characters. It like blocks a lot of them. And when people type into search, they're not going to type in that character, they're just going to type a Strange New World. And now there's white dragons. Alright, so let's carry on the recording. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Alright, we caught up with her. So did they see these ones?
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
Can you not see?
Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred, where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business. Huh?
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
It seems so, like, awfully okay with it. It's like, yeah, Thancred's dead, whatever, moving on. Anyway, that's it for this episode. Thank you for watching, and as always, goodbye from me, and goodbye from Mithrie. Bye, guys. Alright, stop recording. That's another one. Part 5. I can type. Okay, so 46 on burdened wings. Alright, let me just quickly code this video. Dun-dun-dun. It's what I said last time I streamed. Is there going to be a game left by the time I finish? It's kind of like, yeah, everyone's dead. We'll just follow the World of Warcraft model. Let's just create this lore over all these years and then just kill all of them. The end. Part 3. Part 4. Part 5. Alright. Reduce. B4. Okay. It's episode 1635. Story quests 45. Let's see. Onto the heavens. And it's encoding. Okay, it's encoding now. So, chat, you said that there's what? Is there another trial and then another dungeon? Like, how many dungeons are left to finish the game? Let me load up the list. There's a dead ends, the final day. Interesting. Okay, so right at the end, basically, there's a trial and a dungeon. Okay. Interesting, interesting. And how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more at 89, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at 90. So what, 11 quests to go? Fair enough, fair enough. And let's see if that video encoded properly. Yep, that encoded properly. Just close that. Close that. Delete that. That there. Dungeon is first, like always. Yep. Done work. Nice, nice, nice. Now it's time for the weekend. Woo! So I'm in the last zone of Endwalker, and apparently Thancred is dead. It's like, okay, he's dead. GG. Don't need someone else to show off the new classes. So anyway, guys, let's carry on the recording. So recording in 3, 2, 1. And we're back for another episode. In this episode, we're going to be carrying on the main story for Final Fantasy XIV in Endwalker. And as always, hello from Mithrie. So we are here in Ultima Full at 11:27, and we need to talk to Urianger. The quest is called Unburdened Wings. Despite Mitoyen's word, Urianger cannot accept his comrade is gone. Soul without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, it is true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, his sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm, that we might confront and defeat Mitoyen. Estinian Mithrie, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Perhaps they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey the surrounds. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone is finished. Mitoyen said that these dragons are shadows and shade, from a word whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let's split up and gather what knowledge we may. Alright, let's talk to the first one, because he's right there. Let's see, Floch. Elith. A visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame, or how we would adore them. Adore thee, alas. Apparently I'm not that good at reading dragon. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march onto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Alright. So let's go to the next one. This should be right over there. Yeah. Calm knock. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat, never had we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, though none could fill these wings, burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Interesting. Then the last one, so the other side of the 8th right. I might as well get the 8th right while I'm here. I'd say so far this is a lot darker than I expected. I understand that they want to essentially end the Hydaelyn and Zodiac arc with this, but still. Okay, let's talk to Waith. So that would speak to me. Ha, folly. I observed the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar. Only watch and wait and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Amnol, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words nor songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will, I shall remain. Okay, so I need to go there to discover the source of the dragon's woes. So let's go. Okay, stop recording. Code 1. I really, yeah, I don't know. It's up 3 hours, so I'm tired a sec. Oh, I can imagine. Any reason you're sub 3 hours? Anything on your mind? Alright. Let's get ready to record. Okay. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we caught up with Estinian. So they led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. Are these like the last remaining babies? It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar on a ferris. It goes Soma's kind must once have lived and thrived in such a place. Vitra said that his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This then is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Okay. So shattered dragon egg. So, gingerly lifting a large egg from its versus mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Yeah, I double-clicked by accident. I'll never know what it said. Murky liquid has pooled inside the eggshell. The noxious water is indicative of contamination. Okay. And next. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The galentious half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. Okay. Continue investigating. So this egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragon within succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonet was indeed hatched, there is no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops, I'll search the plains. Alright. So, let's go search for this lost dragon. Okay, stop recording. Part 2. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I would say, what's down there, I wonder? I would say that towards the end of the expansions, like Shadowbringers and this, that they kind of lose steam. Maybe they lose the momentum they had before. But I might be completely wrong. Alright. Summon my Chocobo. Alright. So let's record in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we have a fight here. Okay. Let's talk to the bereaved dragon. The boisterous howling hath been quieted. By thy hand, I presume. Everything alright? I thought I heard a dragon, or something resembling one. Ah, I see what happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs with our null are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. It was a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. And yet, when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In purest soil, replete with aether, did we once cultivate our nesting grounds. But our lands were barren, and in any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated or rot. What few survive to hatch emerge as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won. They too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or to be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. Cool. Randomly, the quest just ends mid-sentence. Alright. The next quest is called A Test of Will. The bereaved dragon has fallen silent, leaving Estinian to sigh with frustration. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. Okay, so let's go back to Alpha Node. We can teleport straight back. Alright, so let's talk to Alpha Node, who's right there. So, were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Mithrie, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity, but it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I will not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Loporis to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteon told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key. But I am not entirely sure what emotions might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is we've no way forward. At present, aye. If it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Meteons but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons, or anyone here on this island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Meteon meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Full, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. 'Twas Ultima Full's architect, Meteon herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair, far more potent than most, potent enough mayhap to dictate the course of the others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear that my vaunted rhetoric availed me naught against his calcifying heart. But mayhap one of you will fare better. So then I shall guide thee. I'll end, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou will find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. Alright, so let's go talk with the dragon and let's see if we can cheer him up. Okay, stop recording. A test of will. I mean, Estinian could just stick his flippin' like polearm in his butt, maybe he'll like it. Anyway, let's go. Let's see what is needed to change the shape of the land. A random scratch up there, I wonder. Sorry. I sneezed. Might as well do a random fate while I'm at it. Go on the list. Got silver. Alright, Let's go. Silver doesn't count. It has to be gold. Sorry, wrong button. Out and let me quickly check how long I've recorded for. Part 3. What time is it? 5:20 already. Okay. I mean, realistically, chat, I'm not going to finish this in the next hour and a half, am I? Maybe I'll do a stream tomorrow. Try and finish it off. Alright. So, recording in... nope, you want. Okay. Recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we caught up with the dragon called Al-End.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Our pride is crushed, our souls corrupted, the winds are stilled, and the heavens offer no comfort. There's nothing left of our kind, our long lives a curse as we await the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Are we again on another star? And yet, upon thee I do smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn in discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It's mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will the sanguine ocean await us, ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, on the last pride of my my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it. To stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Interesting.
Estinian!
Stay back!
Guess he knows how to get under a dragon's skin. That's his experience.
Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
And this is really tragic.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Alright, so let's catch up with Alpha Node. They're pressing on a bit further into the zone. Alright, stop recording. Hard 4. Okay, I guess everyone's here for like a hunt or something. Busy. Do we have to go up here? I don't know if I'm going the right way. I'll assume I am. Okay, there they are. Alright, let me quickly see how long I've recorded for. 25 minutes. Okay. Alright. Recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so I caught up with Alpha Node and the gang. Look there, the wind. This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. Alrighty.
Whee!
blood. Wait for the others. I'll forget to deliver you to another island. The other scions should arrive before long. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war, yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphinaud, just like Thancred. The sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alice is right, we must press on, for their sake. Cool. Alright. So, the next quest is called Roads Paved, I guess, by Sacrifice. Alphinaud has regained his composure and is ready to proceed. As Yatola and Elise said, we must continue. Notice a change in our surroundings. Perhaps this is a memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in the sand. Like, this is giving me Nier vibes for some reason. Alright. So, let's catch up to them. Alrighty. Part 5. Okay. I don't know, I'm not emotionally affected by this. I don't really care. Roads paved by sacrifice. Okay, let's go. Like, what was your guys', what's it called? Emotional response to this? Or is it too early to tell? Like, will it become much more later? Anyway, let's carry on recording. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we caught up with them. Let's talk to Urianger. So, were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, it would appear as ordinary stone. A curious script have been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserved their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely. So we may assume that this is a work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteion claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. Okay. Oh, what does Alice see? What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there is a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Okay, so we have to go a bit further to search for signs of life. Okay, hang on. Part 6. Wasn't so emotional for me because I think sometimes over certain stuff, yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess we'll see. I mean, I do cry on stream a lot, but so far for this, I'm like, eh. Ghostly figure. Uh-oh. Alright. The recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we caught up with the ghostly figure. Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Ah, forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. When the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, EA, I believe, was the proclamation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you're welcome to use this appellation. As for the nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Koi Koide. Yes, Koi Koide of the EA. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume that we are having this conversation via the medium of Aether, or Dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then. That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we EA are Aether-based lifeforms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the 5 senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827. Is that all? That's rather low, isn't it? Ah, my apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispersed with our imperial vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It's well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. So let me guess, one of these scions will have to sacrifice themselves to restore it for them. The reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong of a word, it would be a simple matter of unmake ourselves through use of a ferric exsanguinary, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the EA, where the traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, be mindful of the EA wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. Alright. So... okay, so we have to catch up with them. Okay, stop recording. So yeah. Part 7. Okay, 35 minutes we've done so far. Fair enough, fair enough. Speaking of EA, I actually signed up for the EA Creator Program. We'll see if I get accepted or not. I'm already signed up with, like, quite a few good companies, so... let's see. See there? Yep, there we are. How do you pronounce his name? Hodge. Copcodge? Anyway, let's record. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we caught up with them. So, welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers you will find remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline structures hanging from the stone structures there. You say that they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If in our idleness we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to persuade said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in the motile state, rest assured that they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of their crystalline domiciles to communicate. So I guess we have to examine all of these. So let's go. So it's a civilization that's just given up hope. You cast your force towards a crystalline domicile, but there is no response. Okay, next one. You wish to speak? Very well. Pray a moment if you would. Okay. Next, let's go to the next one. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment. I must remember. What form did I take when I last emerged? And the last one... Ugh, ugh. The strange moaning comes and goes, and soon fades into silence. Interesting. Alright, so... let's go back. Talk to him, he's not that far away. There he is, right there. So did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? No. I see. If they failed to answer, then it is likely because their minds have been unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are naught but concentrated aether now. Worry not, there are no others who would need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said that some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. Cool. Next, the next quest is called Fresh Abandonment. Shall we assume Fresh Abandonment? So, Koth languidly awaits his brethren's arrival. So I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few EA have awakened. There they are. May I introduce you Lala, Dweedeek, and Ninid. It's been too long, Cope. I dare say Sard 4 was since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the Travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is plain to see as the neighbouring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement of scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, though what not, in the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable? By the way, Ko, have you already observed the requisite custom for the Travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form? Yes. So long as it has been it had completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity, I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer? Come now, Needy. The archives have long been frozen. Lest we subject ourselves to further Doral, surely you recall that much. Ah, of course. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh, such as they, must regularly replenish their aether. By contributing to the replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right, that's right. We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, I shall feast you on the purest aether. Yeah. Unless it's flesh abandoned, maybe. Let me try that. Flesh abandoned. Alright. So we need to catch up with them. Apparently they're right behind us, so let's go. So this facility is where we replenish our aether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the pace will soon be awash with your purest aether. Please absorb as much as you like. Interesting, interesting. Let's wait here. So you brace yourself for a rush of sweet aether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer? So you brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I suspected, as meticulously as one might recreate the EA's home, well, this is Ultima Full. One cannot simply generate aether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarok. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of aether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your aether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but to draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured that we feel you welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh and fence to vanish? Will you not favour us with an explanation? You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the EA yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and theological advancement. By transcending all the limitations, we believe that we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible, such as land, to the intangible, such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Therefore more, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make our greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. So we sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all the exan phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believe that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we shall share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As thus who would have gone before, it is not our duty to warn them. What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you're resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bonds of the abode, a place called Ilagia. Okay, let's speak to Y'shtola. So, a fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Okay, let's complete. So, anyway, guys, that's it for this episode. Thank you for watching, and as always, goodbye from me, and goodbye from Mithrie. Bye, guys. I'm just, like, crying out and dying for any sort of action. Like, I feel... I'm almost bored, to be perfectly honest. Just give me action. I couldn't care less. Like, the dragons already explained that the planet is or died because they basically just gave up all hope. But, like, are we going to go through, like, 10 different races to explain the same thing over and over and over again? There shouldn't be that much quest left, though. Let me take a look. So, Endwalker story quests. Get the list again. Okay, so one more 89. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 7 quests to go, and then Endwalker is done. Okay. But yeah, I am kind of getting bored, to be perfectly honest. I don't care. And it kind of brings indignity to the sacrifice that Thancred, well, supposedly the sacrifices that Thancred and Istinian have made. But each their own. What time is it? It's already 6 PM. Okay. At least, by recording these videos and playing these games, that the days go by fast, which is good in a way. Okay, let me reduce. Oh, this was another 51 minutes. 6.0. This is episode 1636. Story 46. Called On Burden Wings. On Burden. And start encoding. I think I want to do chat. Give me a second, please. Okay, done. Alright, let's see. Okay, the video is about 2/3 encoded. Okay, the next quest is called Where Knowledge Leads. Where knowledge leads. Okay, video nearly finished encoding. Nearly there. Alright, let's see if the video is encoded properly. Okay, video's encoded properly. Alright. Okay, let's proceed on. Let's see just how many of these quests I can get done today. Alright, so recording in 3, 2, 1. And we're back for another episode. In this episode we're going to be carrying on the main story in Final Fantasy XIV for patch 6.0. And as always, hello from Mithrie. So we are here in Ultima Full at 2311, and we need to talk to Urianger. The quest is called Where Knowledge Leads. Something seems to be weighing on Urianger's mind. Here we join the EA. There is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Mithrie Grahatia, might I trouble you for your assistance? Well, of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode if you'll kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Urianger, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Allegia. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Okay, so let's catch up with Urianger. So I will wait for the story to end before I make any sort of direct comparison to Shadowbringers, but with these sort of tedious bits within the story of Endwalker, like, it makes me feel that Shadowbringers was actually better. So, but we'll see how it comes to pass, sort of thing. I mean, you only have to do this once, but still. Follow me around, I see. You distracted me, you made me run off a cliff. Hang on, I'm getting some messages from my mother. Okay. Alright. Let's carry on. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we caught up with him. Hi, this place shall serve. It is a spring that you wish to investigate. Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established, here in Ultima Fall, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How does Sal suppose this is possible? Meteon has taken their hearts onto herself. Meteon made contact with them while they still lived. I couldn't begin to guess. Wait, what if Meteon visited the dragons and the EA while they still lived? If so, she could have made their emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra than she had relied on in any historical account. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteon perceived the emotions of those nearby as her own. A heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an entelechy. In the course of her star-faring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis, 'tis my superstition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteon did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and EA onto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome, full many stars did she find already lost to ruin? In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul yet yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Never again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harboured for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for demise. I ask now thou returnest the favour and abide in faith as I fulfil mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all that we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend, I shall. Without further ado then, let us go to join our comrades. Is Urianger going to sacrifice himself next? Alright, let's talk to Grahatia. Let's be off to Allegia. Alright. Oh, I'm on a tune to that one. So, let's go. Let's see. You jump off cliffs anyway? Yeah, that's true. I like it. It's exciting. Okay, let's tune at this Aetheryte. But yeah, I'm not, so far I'm not feeling it. You know, I don't feel the sacrifice of these people. Maybe I just don't believe that they're dead, sort of thing. I'm just like in complete denial. Who knows? Because when I was in school, when I was about 16, one of the people in my school literally died. And I was in complete denial for about a week before it set in. So I guess that's my natural response. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to my parents' house today. So there's no time limit. Like, from this point, given that this quest is nearly over, how long do you reckon it'll take to finish the game? Given there's like 6 or 7 quests left. Or shall I just try and finish off tomorrow? Just chill. In the meantime, let's record. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we caught up with Y'shtol and the gang. So it seems everyone is accounted for, shall we then?
Please, continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb III. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught. But I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge. And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected.
Oh.
Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on. And do not look back.
Oh, Y'shtola, no, I'm so sad. Wah.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled?
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Alright, next quest is called Victory for What We Lost. I don't know. Rahatia regards his comrades solemn in solemn silence. Are you ready to continue on? Then let us make for where that light shone. Yosola and Yunrunje have opened the way for us. Key. Alright, let's catch up with them. Yeah, start recording. Victory at the cost of what we lost. Okay. Victory at the cost of what we lost. Alrighty. Here. Part 3. I'm just checking how long I've recorded for. 20 minutes, okay. So I think I'll finish this episode off, and then maybe just hopefully finish off the story tomorrow. Or 6.0. And tonight I'm feeling like chicken ramen with extra chicken. By the way, chat, yeah, I wanted to tell you guys, like, obviously the shake made me very, very ill last time. So if you ever hear me mention the word milkshake, remind me how sick they make me. Like, do not allow me to have milkshakes. I'm sure I'll remember on my own. But if I somehow forget, remind me. No milkshakes. I wonder if it's on a sliding scale. So, 1, 2, 3. Like, will the 3 of them go next? You still fasting? I am, yeah. But I can eat in about just under 2 hours, I guess. Alright. But me and Mom have got a lot of TV shows to watch tonight. That's why I would end after this episode. So, yeah. Alright, chat. Recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we caught up with them. Yes, I can feel it. The aether emanating from the arcane pan. This is a pull, and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Okay. Portal of Wisdom. Travel through the portal? Yeah. Right. So we have a fight here. Let's summon my rusty chocobo. Just stealth escape. Okay, so that's that. I have to wait for them, I guess, to catch up. Amazing, yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming places, is it? Let's try and find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alphanode with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring. Alright. Well, let's talk to Rahatia. I expect the twins will seek the outmost bounds of the Isle, so I propose that we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those encountered, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let's avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. Okay. So you don't have to travel too far. Okay, you see no but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. Okay. We have a fight here. Okay, so far so good. Right, let's see how far we need to go. Not too far. Probably want aggro on the way. There's an Aether there to get. Okay. Striking dummies. It's funny. Let's get the 8th right and then we'll talk to Grahatia. So look, Mithrie, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. So, begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of this star. Unknown life forms detected, assigning generic label, interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. Beep boop. The planet? What? Could you please repeat that? Because your hearing organ is unable to process a name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say? And what is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a distinguished target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you'll be taken into custody and or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicron, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow. If you could try speaking with the others. Okay. Let's talk to N0253. So, measuring combat capability. Result, negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, Traveller. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the home world of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet through the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Okay, let's talk to the next one. N0055. So, autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munition levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Okay. Then the last one. M097. So, greetings, Traveller. When venturing outside the outpost, beware of malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Okay, so let's go back to Graha. So you learned a few things, and so did I. Here we share our findings, however. I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. You finished surveying the survey area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? So the Omicron seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Yurionji's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Yurionji said this? During our investigation before we joined you in Allegia. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and the EA longed for death, the Omicrons longed for conflict. As much as they may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct something. I clicked too early. In order to find the structure of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out the leader, this Sir. According to M32, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. M32 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself I believe is worth investigating. What say you? Cool. That's complete. Alright. Next quest is called... Tia is ready to set forth. So the console we seek lies on the far side of the isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us all watch our step as we make our way. Alright, so let's catch up with them. So what the hell does that say? Like, the only thing that's even close to that is hell have no bounds or something. Like, what do you reckon it says? Hear no sound? Is that sound? Yeah, I don't know. The whistle, but no in-game music. Oh, is the game like busted? Hang on, let me... Yeah, restarted game capture. Make any difference? You should hear the Chocobo theme going. You don't hear anything at all. The sound has gone completely. Weird. If so, it's really, really quiet. Yeah, it's really quiet, sure, but it's not gone. Like, it should be louder when I move around. Can you hear anything in game? I hear it normal. Music in this zone is amazing. Yeah, I mean, you won't hear any of the music while I'm on Chocobo. You'll only hear the Chocobo sounds. I hear it. Okay. Okay, let's see how long I've recorded for. 32 minutes, okay. I see all the Aethercarans dotted around. I guess tomorrow I'll do the Aethercaran guide for Ultima Full as well. Alright, so recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we caught up with them. So this appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Have you tried turning it off and back on again? You tried touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, but there is no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way.
Let's like cast lightning on it or something.
First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. According to the records I read in the future, it possessed a single weakness: lightning.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this: why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
I've had it.
Very well. Here I go.
It worked!
Opening connection to Communications Module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Okay, let's talk to Alpha Node. So let us focus our search on the outpost. Alice and I will try speaking to the Omicrons this time in the hopes that we might learn something. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance? These beings are schematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Alright. We have to go far-ish. So let's catch up with Graha. Okay, stop recording. Yeah, so I think this will be my, let's say, the last quest for the day. I'm getting kind of tired as well. Part 5. And then hopefully tomorrow we can finish off the story. Wait. Guess there's no way to avoid it. Obviously, I'm saving the FFXIV for the guide. Yep. Alright. I'm coming out of the sky. Alright. Let's carry on the recording. So, recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we caught up with Graha. Let's examine. So, search the base for base Omicron for errant Omicrons. We're going to use using the telescope, basically. Sorry. Omicron stands dutifully next to a device. There is naught to suggest unusual behavior. Flying all over the place. The one that's moving around erratically. I guess that's the one we have to target. Don't know where he is. We're going to speak with Alpha Node. Okay. Son of a... I'll eventually get it. The Omicron one's about seamlessly, as if lacking clear objective. Okay. Finally got it. Omnicron wandering aimlessly. Where? Aha, I see it. It's left the base. Let's follow it. Alright. So, again, let's catch up with Graha and see if we can track down that robot. Yeah. So, slow end to this story. I can't say I'm enjoying it. I think this entire section is tedious as hell. But hey, we're nearly done, right? So hopefully tomorrow I can just finish it off. Be done with it. Do that again, yeah. Alright. Let's carry on. So recording in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we caught up with Graha. So it's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Okay. Through the portal. Where we headed to? Over there somewhere. Try and avoid any unnecessary fighting. M17. So, what is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I'm looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. To go to such lengths to sustain it, Is there something special about this tree? Being for a matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way? And to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So it was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon, but it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions. One not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavour to live even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Mithrie, one day, when this adventure becomes part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? Of course, why wouldn't you be? Maybe in a footnote. You're not here, so you can be in a story. Oh, come now. How much would it have to cost you to simply nod? 'Tis no simple thing to earn a place beside you. This I know full well, but it is something to hope for as I forge on. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. Cool, that's complete. Alright, so anyway guys, that's it for this episode. Thank you for watching, and as always, goodbye from me, and goodbye from Mithrie. Bye guys. Alright, I think that'll do for today. Like I said, I do feel that this is dragging on so long. It's completely unnecessary for it to be this long. Hello world. I guess during the pandemic, the staff at Square Enix were bored. Made the story this long. Part 7. But yeah, hopefully we can finish off 6.0 tomorrow, because I don't think there's that many quests left, to be honest. Like, there's only a few more. So I'll finish off the quest until I get the 8th occurrence. I'll then unlock flying in Optimal Full, and then I'll finish 6.0. That happens if you want to rush a game, but the game rejects that. Yeah. But it's like I said, I'm just like, whatever, man. So yeah, so guys, hopefully we'll carry on tomorrow. I usually don't stream on a Saturday though. If I cancel until Monday, then don't be surprised. It literally depends how I feel when I wake up. So yeah, I remember to watch my gaming news and everything else. Oh yeah, that's the point actually. So tomorrow I need to make a finance video. So yeah. But alright chat, I'm gonna go for the day. I will see you guys hopefully next time. If not tomorrow, then Monday. So, have a good one, chat. And I'll see you later. Bye. Bye. Bye.